Whew. It is early in the morning. I've got my breakfast tea, uh, which I feel like I may put a little too much sugar in. I've got my Final Fantasy, which for some reason is not loading. Huh. See if we can't get this to refresh here. OBS. Would you like to cooperate this morning? Huh. I guess because of the fact that there's just a patch is kind of a bit glitchy. Hmm. Well, this is concerning. Early morning shenanigans, and already we're having technical difficulties. Okay, I guess we're doing it this way this morning. We're just going to display my monitor instead of just Final Fantasy. Because it wants to be weird. But we have new main story. Let me maximize the window here. Oh, I wonder if that was the reason why it wasn't capturing. Nope, not the reason. Okay. I guess we'll just restart everything later and figure it out. In the meantime... do a little bit of cleaning up here. Unto the breach. We're going to Mordona, Ravenous Toll, and we're going to the Rising Stones. Oh my god, I'm gonna be half dead all this morning. But hype. I'm super excited. We're doing this. We're going in. It's happening. We're definitely turning up the volume. We're turning on the BGMs. I'm so ready. Laka won't be watching much for this stream myself, but since I'm here, look, I need it because I am only half awake. I literally got up 15 minutes ago, so hydrate I shall. Let me turn this up a little bit more. I'm clicking on Alisai. It's happening. We got the twins. They're right here. We're ready. I'm so excited. Let me make sure this is like, just in case if I have to click off the screen here. Just do all the noises. Apply. Good news, Nakara. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. Alright, Naka, I'll be on Discord. Have fun. Woo! Naka, you mad lad. It's so early. Look, I do this every single patch. I am up at the crack of dawn, before the sun. But this time, we're streaming it. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say. If we start a voiceover cutscene, I'm 100% muting myself just to let y'all know. Keep up with me? Okay, I got you. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was a little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alisai. Oh, Alisai, Graha, and Nakara, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, It hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap, as per usual. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost them, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try, repeatedly, but no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to appraise Raban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Oh, Yustella was there. I didn't even see her standing in the corner. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation! As far as the eye could see. Such devastation! Nerva and Illard? That's a... Or is that the third? Nerva and the third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. Oh god, Whew. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of Aether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. The towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. You still look so pretty. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Cryo, we need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Stoic nod from the Warrior of Light. Yustola, you're so pretty. I'm gonna pet you. Don't call me little son. If you're curious to know what I will be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Krell and I have no more than a hypothesis. I love her, I love her, I love her. Whoa, was that a manta ray that just shot through the door? What are those? They're golden Navasu mounts! Oh my god! That is amazing. Is this a new Mog Station item? Y'all. I am going to the Mog Station right now and seeing if this is a new item that has just been put up here. No, this is not a Mog Station item. Where did these come from? If this is one of those like super expensive MGP items, I'm going to be 50 mil for that flex. From the luxury vendor here, 50 million gil. There's a luxury vendor? Y'all, with all the money that I have saved up for housing. Where's the new Gucci store? Right? Mordana 22 1. Oh, okay. Y'all. Luxury trader? It is literally 50 million gil. What? Girl. That is the price of a mansion. A mansion. There's a 25 mil mount in Yulmore. What? Y'all. Y'all. I'm about to hook up all my big money people in game. Nock needs a new mount. Where are my sugar daddies? Daddy, I need a new mount. I need about 100 mil. Oh my god. Cannot be doing this and spending that much money in game right now. Look, now because I know how much that is, I'm going to be a cheap bastard, use my priority Aetheryte pass so I don't have to spend that much gil to teleport to the Alamegan quarter. What is wrong with me? Cannot believe this. Can't believe you've done this. my life. Oh my god, my frame rate is suffering. I can already tell there's so many people here. Look, people are still loading in. Holy crap. New story. Oh, I can't even do a Urianger voice if I wanted to. My friends, much and much have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphinaud and his merry band, I have no idea who this guy is. Is it Raban? No. Arenvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you had grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I am sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers. Cannot believe he just used that argument. Especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Margarita towered over me nonetheless. Of course he had to make a sad reference. Fuck you, Urianger. Arenvald brings out the best in Alphinaud, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company, it's almost endearing. Stoic nod. So what exactly brings you here? Oh wait, that was Alphinaud. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola, mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does that have something to do with the towers? Eh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? So excited, and yet so tired. If Fordola is going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Ehrenwald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. I'm so ready, I'm so ready, I'm so ready, I'm so ready, I'm so ready.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. since then, we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
So that's what he was there for. Oh my god. I have to hide everybody's names just to see the quest objective. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. Arenvold.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolder and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
while you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others. I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
See, this is what Square does. They give you a heartwarming moment. They give you a little bit of character development, some relationship building, and then they get ready to rip that rug right out from underneath you and make you fall flat on your face onto a concrete slab. It's gonna happen. He's gonna die. Arenville's done for. He is finito. I don't know what's gonna happen with Ferdola, but something dramatic is gonna happen there, and I'm already starting to get really mad. Square has done this to me one too many times for me not to know what's going to happen. Here be dragons. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. Off to Ishgard! Woo! Luckily, Foundation cost me 0 gil to get there, so I can save more money for that 50 million gil mount. I cannot believe it's 50 million gil, and apparently there's one in Gilmore that costs 25 million, so I have to save 75 million gil. I'm telling you, sugar daddies, where are my sugar daddies? I need monies. I need that mount. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, G'raha... I was having trouble pronouncing his name. G'raha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Nakara can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory. So perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Aye aye, Sir Alfredo. I'm taking the Aethernet because I want to be speedy. Dun da da da! Lucia, I'm home. Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent. In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Well, thanks for the assistance, nonetheless. I appreciate it. To the pillars. What's the closest teleport here? Astrologica, yeah, the Astrologian place. Final Fantasy, best music ever. Oh my god, look at all those nameplates. I can't!
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alisaie shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Poor Estinian is so confused.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
So, really quick explanation as to what just happened there. Estinian, the Azure Dragoon, has never met Alisaie. He has never once actually physically met Alphino's sister. So naturally, when the two of them come together and meet for the first time, Estinian mistook Alisaie for Alphino and treated her as such. She just lost her shit. And then G'rahatia, being the little hero fanatic that he is, just his eyes lit up, his ears perked, his tail went straight to the sky, and he's like, "You're a hero like the Warrior of Light? It's my pleasure to meet you!" And Estinian's standing there just like, what the hell just happened? And I'm dying. Absolutely dying. Anyways, back to the cutscene.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphinaud would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
I'm kind of liking this third choice. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. Kind of tease her a little bit. Yeah, we going with that one. We going with that one.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azys Lla.
Azys Lla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azys Lla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azys Lla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphinaud again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphinaud painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
That meeting could not have gone any more perfect than that. That was fantastic. Thank you, Square Enix, for making that so amusing. Oh, that was amazing. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azys Lla, but I understand the three of you here rather... I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Nakura is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Let's see. Let's just say it helped that Midgard some more was there to help introduce me. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I, too, have met with Tiamat. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she felt for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Quest complete. And now we talk to Estina. Tiamat awaits. This way. As they just casually walk towards the dragon. There should be a quest marker in here somewhere, amongst all these millions of people. Oh, no, it's a destination. People are just standing right on top of it. I need, like, a tissue, or here's my handkerchief. This works. My sire's mortal companion. What bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
I just move my hands and mouth. Ah, that my sin should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Ooh, she angry. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you would not stoop? She mad.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
She angry. That was really loud.
Santalan infan antosk.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all of my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
there is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Seth Sol, King Bahamut.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Oh, that hidden sly smile. I see you, Estinian. I see you. Oh my god. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat might be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Alligans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphinaud and Nakra here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tartaru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. The Aetherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambrois, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. An armed Yeah, and armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you. Even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed, we will take good care of it. To the flagship then. And away we go. Alphinaud's like, let's not dawdle, let's go. I love how the game is like always reintroducing you to the old areas for story progression. Look at all the mana cutters. I love it. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. And the search begins. There's one. The Malodorius node. Bzz. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Bzz. Obstreperus node? Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. Clamorous node. Blip boop. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in 2020 years. My god. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. I am afraid Estinian and I have little to show of our efforts. Did you find anything? I did! A node which smelled like burned hair. Oh my god. Yes, a chirruping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries if that's any help. Well, obviously it was the chirruping node. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then, you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which G'raha spoke of. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Blip. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraints mechanisms? Blip bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologists and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. Oh, that's Alphinaud. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. Oh. Field trial spirit vessel. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. This music already tells me this is going to be funny. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. But none of us are royal members. Well, Nakaramaho it is. Welcome, Nakaramaho. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Blip bloop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen. Tiamat, a system update is required. Of course. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? Just smash it to pieces. Okay, my name is not Alisai. I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say, confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Bloop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence. Oh my goodness. The obsolescence? That's a word. Of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it's received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Is this like a serious stab at like Apple or something? Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense? Ooh. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. Bloop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. Is this thing making fun of customer service? Like, for real? For real? I'm getting upset. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Girl, this robot is seriously making fun of anybody who's a freaking customer excellent employee, and I am so ready to pull an Alisai and be like, can we just break it now? Like, I got a chisel and hammer, just let me wedge it right in between that spacing between the top and bottom hemisphere and just pry it open. My god, that was something else. Guiding user to terminal, this way please. So upset. Mercy. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip bloop. Warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years and 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option, please be warned. However, the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via Link Pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Gratio once this is over. Here, have it. Take it off my hands. It's bloody. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allagan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians, and it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Enemy or no, I want to understand him. Or, I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Certainly, after I wipe the smile off his face. Oh, this is a bit of a hard choice. I feel like the second answer is the one that Naka would most likely choose. Because granted, Naka's character is kind of like Rowena. He's a businessman. Like, makes transactions. But at the same time also very personable. So I think it would be, at first, yeah, of course I'm going to try. But if I'm left with no other choice, so be it. I see little point in reasoning with the wretch. Or remember him for all that matter. Or remembering him for all that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hands here, I suggest we rejoin the others. And away we go. We are on our way, Tiamat. excitement. Oh my god! Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nerds, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints Aetherial dampen us. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with men of Alec? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Nakra, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians, or tell me of your war with the men of Aleg. Let's ask about Bahamut and the Ascians. That seems the most prominent discussion. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alec first came onto Mericidia, onto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty. Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angela. I found Jesus! God, that was bright white light. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion, Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land among themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alex slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded to the envenomed words of the Alassians. The rest thou knowest only too well. Oh, Alisai, you're pushing yourself. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Alisai. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above if the treatment fails. Run. Oh no, if the treatment fails, run. Ugh. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Is she gonna kill Estinian? Keep going, Alisai. The magic is working. Oof. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of Aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Oh, hype music! Go, Angelo, go!
No! I'm almost there!
Girl, you gonna pass out!
This is it, Angelo!
Es lies an. Mich es tai.
Yes, I feel it! The Icon's grip groweth weak. And so does Alisai.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Be prepared, Estinian.
Task in Santal Ankin in way.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner? I know, right,
Many
Silver?
have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts. their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Oh, sadness. Wow, that just stabbed me in my heart, actually. Whew. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Woo! My children.
Slosk an ol fol kael an. Slosk seth som in an.
Okay. I know that seems like a little ridiculous for me to be getting like all of a sudden super emotional over that, but I actually kind of have a somewhat relatable reason to that. Ooh. Her desire to want to be able to save her children and inevitably being told that there's nothing that she can do. Yeah. That's rough. Ooh. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more, but should you not, I shall grant you peace.
Afatan. Morhud. One Lis
Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must. Oh, I just got really warm. I gotta take this jacket off.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
We now have video evidence that Naka has cried on stream. God, and we haven't even got to like a super heart tearjerker in the story yet. I know it's coming. Square does it every time. Somebody's gonna die. I'm putting my money on Arenville.
She's in Henry.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
Yeah, Silver, you're getting to see it live. There's apparently a couple more people in here. I don't know who they are because they haven't really said anything. But Professor Squish may still be here, and so may Drake. But whew. There still is the VOD, the video on demand, so it's gonna be like there and available for anybody that wants to go back and watch it. And plus, I record all of my streams personally as well, so there is that. But whew. Okay, I'm good. Glasses going back on. Yeah, like personal story time real quick. Just to kind of give some references to why would Naka like cry over that. That was not that bad. So personal information, ever so many years ago, I lost my sister to a freak automobile accident. And even though she was my sibling, I had to bear witness to my mother completely, just absolutely breaking down, and for the lack of a better word, I kind of went close to crazy for a little while, thinking that, you know, if she could just go to the scene of the accident or somehow physically get to my sister, that she could save her and bring her back. And that was rough. That was really, really rough. So that was a bit of an intense scene there for me for a second. Whew.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
I need sunglasses to see some of these cutscenes, I swear. Bahamut, my beloved. Oh, girl, don't scare us like that. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
I love it when G'raha just gets that, like, intense leadership directive sound to his voice. It's like, oh, my boy grew up. Oh!
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphinaud? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
I was about to say, Estinian can't fly. Okay, now it makes sense. If he grew wings, I was gonna scream. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, 'twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Pagalthan, G'raha Tia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. Will you accept the flames of war? I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of the Flames. Let us collect Alphinaud and be on our way. Roger, Dodger. Thank God it just automatically took us there. I didn't have to physically go there myself. Now I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say that... How do you say that again? Talaferoy The Telophoroi has other plans. Paglathan, I will get the pronunciation of these words down someday, is under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarupin at their head. Tarupin? Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Oh, it's the Sultana! That was totally the wrong accent I should have used, unless it was him who said that. Dun, 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 dun. Your Grace! Marshal Tarupin has made provisions for such an exigency, and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. That face. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglathan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that the Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Nokra and the others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculable, powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe that they will fare rather better, assuming that is you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits you to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you're able. Yeah, let's get it! Alphinaud, that's quite a serious face. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Erenvald and Fordola are in Paglathan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship then. I take my coat off, I get cold. With the coat on, I get too warm. I need to find some type of happy medium here. We need... where is this? Oh, the airship landing. Okay. I know where to go. I think I put so much sugar in my hot tea. That's kind of left the corners of my mouth sticky. I didn't mean to put as much sugar as I did. It was just a really big spoon. Plus, I was rushing. Like, literally, within 15 minutes of waking up, I was making hot tea, getting the update, installing the patch. Like, I was scrambling a little. Is there a destination hiding under here somewhere? Or, oh, there it is. True, true. If we had some, I definitely would have used honey. But that also would have required me digging in the pantry for it, locating it, putting it in the cup, and stirring it until it was well melted and what. I was rushing! Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word, and we shall depart for the Paglathon at once. What is he wearing? Is that the coat you get from the Gold Saucer? Dungeon! Ah! Are we... Okay, I was just about to ask if we were able to do this with Trust or not. Because since I'm streaming this, and I'm taking my time, I may want to do this with Trust. Thancred. Yep, I figured Marine was not going to be available. Not for the story mode anyways. So in that case, let's actually take G'raha, so that way we don't have to worry about Thancred's Gunbreaker abilities. Good morning, Sirius! Well, maybe not for you, but... Let's see... Yeah, I think I'm okay with this party build. It's a spicy hot afternoon. Oh my goodness. It is only 8 o'clock in the morning here. And although we are getting more into temperate temperatures, like in the mid-70s now, still a little chilly in the house. It was cold last night. Computer, what's the temperature outside right now? Yeah, it's only 51 degrees outside, so no thank you. That is way too cold. This music! Massian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. I am ready! Ah! Okay. Oh god, we are turning this up, y'all. Ah, this piano. Okay. Naka, do the dungeon. Help. All the Naka hype. Ah! Oh, shit. Okay, watching Yusola and Alisai use black magic all at the same time is super cool. Oh, it's all good, Silver. That's actually more of kind of a streamer thing. Whenever you do like any type of story progression, you read all the subtext that's not voice acted.
You underestimate me.
Oh my god, this music. This music. Oh, we actually have to clear the debris. Okay. Oh! Get him, Graha! Let me not stand in front, just in case there's a cleave. Is this like a mini-boss? Yo, this music. I'm getting like some serious Ultimecia Final Fantasy VIII vibes here. Help is here. Oh, are the kobolds helping us? Ah! To be tank busted, I hear that. Ooh, Graha! Oh, that little kobold is like, here, let me help you. Boom! Blows up. Fucking hole in the wall. There's the tower. There's the tower. Ooh, first boss. Y'all. This is actually probably a good thing I went with Trust, because they kind of sort of already know what the mechanics are. A Meracidian dragon. I think this answers the question of how they summon Bahamut. Woo! Alright, G'raha. Go ahead and pull for me, buddy. You're the tank. There you go! Critical rip. That sounds like a tank buster. Yep, that's cause it was. Woo! Don't run towards me! Oh, you dropped the rods on the outside. Okay, that was like raid wide. Stay away from the orbs. Oh, there's a big orb. Ooh. Best. Crap. I screwed up. Oh, okay. I saw what I was doing wrong. There are lightning rods on the outside that you have to drop those electric circles on. Okay. I get it now. I get it. Sunset in the background with a glare effect. And maze balls. Alright, G'raha, do your thing.
not hold back!
Let me get away from that orb. Oh my god. Oh god, look at that treasure coffer. It's huge. Sasha Gaming. What level is this gear? 505, not bad. Is that the Azure Dragoon?
The Amalts are in trouble. Let's split up.
I shall fly to their aid. Onward we go. Such strength. Much wow. For the Empire! Oh crap. Ah! Beside our HP. Does that just mean that we're not capped? Is that new? Onward! Oh, Amaric's here! Amaric the Blue. Critical hits are pretty nice. Nope, there's a copper. We're just hiding in the background back here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Alright, Estinian, going with your bad self. Just coming through wrecking shit. Hello, Tiamat. Do I not need to be standing in that? Oh, never mind. It doesn't hurt. Look at them just wrecking stuff. Yes! It makes me happy. Woo! Excitement. Everything's just breaking down. Falling around. Oh my god! It's mommy. I shall free thee from thy pain. Oh, mommy's attacking. Holy cow. Get him, Tiamat. Another copper. A bunch of these so far have been just accessories. Maybe we'll see some actual, like, left side gear drop during the boss fights. Ooh, what is this? Small arena, a bunch of ads. Look at that building behind them, though. Y'all. Oh shit, talking mushrooms. There's something up there. There's an Allagan node of some sorts. And they're attacking it. Oh, oh, look at the cannons. Look at the cannons.
Just the beginning.
Oh, no, no, no. Surecast. Screw that. Woo! Woo! Missiles! Oh, we can attack the core now. Yeah, oh my god, this whole thing is vibrating. Oh, I have to heal. Whoa! We just got rejected. Y'all, this is a fight of attrition. Oh, I just pulled aggro on like everything. Oh, move, Naka, move! Ah! Fucking missiles. That one moment when I kind of wish I was an Astro. Oh, clear the AoE.
I will not hold back.
Crap, 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 crap.
You underestimate me.
Y'all. please get over on this side? Thank you. I was about to rescue one of y'all. There we go. Back up we go. That was a cool fight. That was cool. Can you rescue the NPCs? I don't know. I should have tried. You can handle it from all those times I interacted with you. Oh yeah, you know. Ay. Dang it. These AoEs. Oh, Tiamat, you scared me. I will call unto my children. The icon waiteth in the heavens. My child shall bear thee to him. Oh, wait. We get to ride the dragons! Ah, what is this? Yes! Oh my god, look at this shit! Look at this shit! Ah! That was amazing! Fight with me, Mommy Tia. Oh, yes. Yes. I might want to heal Braha. He kinda hurt. My god, we are fighting with Tiamat. This is great. Oh. I'm not sticking my head in there. I would not pull you into a AoE. Oh, pull you into a pool? Yes, I would, 100%. Like, let's go, tank. We got things to kill. But I can assure you, if I ever pull somebody, it's not because I'm trying to be a troll, it's because I have a legitimate reason and I'm trying to help mechanics advance. Lunar Bahamut! Woo! Oh god, look at this horn. Tiamat's like, no bitch. Ooh! That weapon died. Oh no, Tia! Our turn. Wait, did I just get turned around? Yeah, I did. After we get this coffer. Wait, what? Excuse me? I know, right? Those horns on his face, though, that are covering his eyes. That is... What? Okay, here we go. Raha, do your thing. Or do I have to pull for you? Come on. There you go. Good boy. Even though you still took the first hit. Twisted Scream. Is that a tank buster? Nope, that's an AoE. Oh, we're getting little AoEs. What does this mean? Oh, these are popping pillars. That is new. Oh, crap. Wow, what is that little arrow on the side of me? Oh, that's his tag mechanic! And that's an Ogmorn. Y'all see these little arrows on the side of his target circle? What does that mean? Oh, we need to spread out. Oh, wait. Okay, apparently we don't want to move those. Those are bad. Wow, this fight really makes sure you have to use Kira 3. Oh, I'm just gonna follow y'all.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, if I didn't do this with trust, that would have completely have behooved me. Oh, that's an interesting Ogmore. Oh, I don't know what this means or how this works. Oh, they shrink. I'm thinking this is just an AoE. I love how Graha just put a clemency on me. Stack with me, stack with me. Oh, center. Oh, not be in the middle of those. That sounds like a tank buster. As it was.
You underestimate me!
Giga Flare. Alright, time for you to die. Oh, I just spirit bonded a lot of stuff. Woo. That was fun. And everyone catches up. Where y'all bitches been? I love how that was my first time doing the dungeon, but I still got second chance points for it. Bottoms Ascending. Don't judge my inventory. Oh, they're shorts. Oh, with tattoos on my legs. Not that they're really easy to see because I'm Hrothgar, but that's still cool. Let's see what the little speech bubbles say. Hopefully Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Is that the last we've seen of Bahamut? Our efforts may have helped Arenvald and Fordola escape. Our allies have steered well clear of the tower, for good reason. Those Cabal certainly know how to handle themselves. And Urianger has nothing to say. Whew. I'm good.
Ön kin so ash esk snodo in aisto.
You love how this is like the dragon song that's playing in the background? You see that? You see that? I'm at Fring Tiamat. Don't start near or I will tie you to a pole and deny you crackers. Oh my. Wondering why my download is taking so long. Fortnite was trying to update too. Cancel. Right? Denied. Close exit program, get out of my face. And that's a good question. You're on console though, because it may be PSN like throttling the download. Because I know for PC it was fast, direct from the servers. Children of Man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain. As long as I draw breath, never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Ascians. This I vow. Look at her looking like a king cobra snake with her little neck spines coming out. We have an agreement.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Who's this? Ooh, who is this?
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
You would make peace with Ul'dah then? We would be proud to call you our allies. Then let us put the past behind us. I would say we would be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
Just like that.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Alphinaud. Sometime earlier, inside the Paglathan Tower. Oh no.
What in Rhalga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Oh, shit. Oh no!
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say at the beginning of all this? While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Ehrenwald's safe return. I told y'all. I told y'all. I told you. I told you. I told you. I knew it was gonna happen. I don't know what that was, truth be told. I don't know if that was like a mini Ifrit or what was happening there. Alphinaud is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Paglathen with the Sultana when the dust settles. Whew. Okay. Catch my breath. Sigh. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's event with Pippin and her grace. Hi, Drake. Brave Scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistry? Your Grace, whatever is the matter? Run, boy, run. Oh my god. As our troops withdrew from Paglathan, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, has been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh, no, no. Alphinaud's like, oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. The dungeon I just completed, yes, this is new 5.5 content, which is why I've got the spoiler warning in the title. Can you tell us aught of Ehrenwald's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Not save that it is grave. The Kyogens tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary is a word. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Nakra, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphinaud? He may need some support from someone other than me. Stay for Nako or leave because story spoilers. Right, I know. Very well, Estinian. Thank you. The rest of us will see that relevant people know what took place in Paglathen. Both are fighting so hard. Look, I will not hold it against you if you, like, want to mute stream or even leave stream because I'm doing new content. 100% your choice. I'm doing it. Like, I got up at freaking 5:30 this morning, or 5:45 really, to jump on this ship, like, immediately. Y'all gonna see me suck on a teabag, I don't care. Every last drop, so good. Come on then, Celestinian. Have some class. Look, every last drop of that tea is super important right now. I need the caffeine. Look, Autobot caught your message because of teabagging. That was great. Oh, when the dust settles. Where's this at? The Alchemist Guild? Okay. Silver's going through the throws with me here. Drake, you missed it. Silver saw it. I had like an emotional moment on stream earlier with part of the story. I actually cried on screen. Ran into another Hroth friend who's waiting for his own Hroth band, and I think the four of us are going to end up running it together, so I might dip out in a little. It doesn't take terribly too long to get to the first dungeon. I know it's probably taking me longer than some other people just because I'm going through the content slowly and reading all the voice lines. Or not voice lines, but text lines. But I haven't touched any of the other content yet, like the Nier raid, for example. So, you know, if I do want to take like a pause and end up running like the dungeon with somebody, or when I do get to Nier and want to run it with people, like I am full-fledgedly game for it. Frontistery. That is quite the word. Like, what? Frontistery. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demiliot is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demiliot blah 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 say? Tell me his exact words. Alphino is like, holy fuck. Enough, Alphino, this isn't helping. Gonna tag out for now, see you in a bit. If not, then in Discord. Okay. But you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Erenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, I told y'all it was gonna happen. Piners. All we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, Perhaps I could have...
Oh?
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
Yes! Stinian! Oh my god. Okay, yep. I just fell in love with a Stinian. That's my... He did it in for me right there. Right there. I ship Alphinaud and Estinian 150% now. No holds.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Ah, God, Estinian. Why'd you have to? Good lord, look at that tank. Mercy. That is some armor. This is why I need to go back and do Eureka, so I can get armor like that and look frickin' amazeballs. One day. One day. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Ahem. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? 3. We will. I'm assuming Estinian was 3. Yep. I can't suffer alone. Drag me, Naga. Are you quoting Alphinaud, or did you need help with the first dungeon? Like, what's happening? Oh, more cutscene.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within.
So it was Ifrit.
Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
The Grand Companies, Your Grace? Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now.
Okay, if you say so.
After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Excitement! Where are we? Oh. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. Stoic nod. Wow, Alphinaud's lost in thought. And that includes you, Alphinaud. Ehrenwald is in good hands here. Of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Krile know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal should be beyond arranging with the time available. Shouldn't be beyond arranging. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Pray return it to the Rising Stone. I will shoot you where you stand. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Krile, in particular, has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baltesian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? He right, though. She has this habit of just appearing magically out of nowhere when you least expect it. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Oh, no. My teleport buff wore off. We're popping another one because I am going to be a cheapskate. I want to get that freaking expensive mount. Somebody, I need 75 million gil. Please. I have a mount that needs to be purchased. Silver's like, what? Yeah, 75 million. Yeah, actually, it's 2 mounts, but I need 75 million gil. Please and thank you. Wait, there's a Soup FC. Sorry, that was a kind of an inside reference to other people.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Ehrenwald's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald.
What? I am not going to be that one party finder for high quality feet pics. Like, no thank you.
Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Okay.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
Way to be proactive, Krile.
I presume your role as a student of Baldesion will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Was it that day in the Crystarium? I mean, that would definitely be the most recent.
When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light. That was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
Alright, Miss Thang. Calm down.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
I got something in my eye, y'all, and it's killing me. I'm gonna mute myself for a second.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I'm able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Heidelin's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Ala Mhigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. Forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
When you get your voice...
I don't know what that was and where it came from, but something in OBS just went wildly insane. Okay, I just fixed it. Music started playing. It's like, hold up. This is not Final Fantasy.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Oh my god.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure.
Two crazies do not make a sane person.
Plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance.
He's wearing purple.
Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Huh. They were really building up the suspense for that, and I'm really curious as to what weapon they're talking about. Tataru. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm. Excuse me. Which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well then, you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless mills to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and I gladly do it, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb. Like poor Arenvald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Dun, dun. Okay, so that's it for main story. That is where we are left off with, for now. Oh, can we actually go in there at will? Heck yeah. Kind of tempted to go in there. Huh. So it's not necessarily like any NPCs or anything in here, but it is an area that you are free to explore, I guess. Cool. Excuse me. Let's talk to everybody. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the Forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Krau's request for cooperation in investigating the matter, but unfortunately, their reputation would suggest otherwise. It strikes me as odd that rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Telophoroi have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they go to the trouble of putting up all of those towers if that was all they had in store for us. Wait, wasn't there more to that conversation? No, there was not. None can deny that Heiden's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. Amidst all the fighting, it's easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sakes! You will tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, it feels like a definite possibility. As of this moment, you are under strict orders to get as much rest as possible. After all, we need our man fighting fit when the Telophoroi rear their ugly heads again. Though we know not the full extent of Telophoroi's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of his most potent weapon. If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. If you need of my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation of the next battle. Oh, there's more. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Algernon Trading Company of Kugane, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. Odd request. We've sent Colsonet and the others to be our eyes and ears in the field. Wherever the Telophoroi appear next, we will be among the first to know. Did you have more to say? Or no? No, you did not. Alisai has been teaching me how to cure tempering using a porksy. I must say, the thought of being in such close proximity to one of the afflicted is rather daunting. I've been keeping my good eye on the towers and telling others to do the same. Of course, I don't mean just us Scions. I've got a whole network of scouts to keep me informed. Where's Boulder? Oh, he is now Otter Boulder. Okay. Although Arenvald and I both served as Scions, I'm afraid that I have had few opportunities to speak with the lad. I do hope he is fit to return to active duty soon. When the tower rose up in Yangxia, my first thought was to stay in Doma to keep my grandfather safe. But when we heard the news of Bahamut's return, he bid me return to the Rising Stones to aid my fellow Scions. He sends his regards, by the way. Ori Boulder certainly cut a fine figure as he set off on his latest mission. I was sad to see him leave, and my nights will be lonelier with just the one brother to keep me company. Oh, this is his brother! Okay. I was wondering where the other boulder was. Oh my goodness. So, that's the main story. Only took me about 3.5 hours, right? It's good content right there. So let's see. What's next? I don't think there's any... Yeah, all of these were repeatable, like, relic. Story quests. So we need to find out where... Hang on. I'm gonna pull up the patch notes here. Stone. Alright, let's go check out Nier. Nier Automata. Actually, I kind of want to... do I want to save that to last, or... Yeah, let's go do the diamond weapon first, the Sorrow of Werlet. So we're gonna go to the locks. Oh, save diamond for last? I feel like Nier is gonna be like best though. And they always say save the best for last. Cause I'm gonna get into that raid and it's gonna look amazeballs and I'm gonna be screaming the entire time. So I do feel... Or call? Was that like a autocorrect? I'm not sure what you mean by or call. Oh, your call. Okay. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'll do diamond. I don't know, cause that one cutscene in the trailer is gonna have me so hype. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. God. Y'all! You know what? I'm already here. Let's just go ahead and do it. Actually, you know what? Before I click on the NPC, this is... Oh, I spilled some tea on the side of my cup. This is probably as good a time as any to just take a quick BRB, just like a tiny little break in between, And, oh god, it spilled all down the side of my cup. And, get some more tea. Yeah, that went all down the side of my cup. Maybe go use the bathroom real quick. Because I'm gonna be squealing like a little guinea pig over the cutscene that I am anticipating here. So, let me go get some more tea, take a potty break, and I will be right back. Okay. That was a quick and easy break. I got more tea. Took a quick potty break. We are ready. Ooh, we get an orchestrion for this. And love you shall find. Here we go. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea as of late. Still, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Werlet. Hang on, I'm stirring my tea. Sweet, lovely tea of goodness. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Gaius? Not Gaius. I'm glad to see you looking so well, Nakura. Is that What's-Her-Face from Rocker's Reach? Manago! Yes. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Rocker's Reach much lately. What did I say? I live in this game. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. You little hussy. But as much as I love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems that the people of Werlet also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Werlet Revolutionaries, and they aim to depose of the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Balsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy. God, I keep wanting to say formal. And many did. But desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus, I think I said that right, speaks for itself. And as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King of Theodoric, or his successor, Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlet in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting the offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Telefori. One day, I will be able to say these words without fumbling over myself. Ugh. As do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Of course. Thanks, Nakura. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. Okay, so you need the guild for a mount from the luxury traders. Yes, exactly. I want those mounts so bad. I haven't seen the one from Yulmore that apparently I heard telltale of, but the one you get in Mordona, which is the Namazu mount, it's gold, first of all, just all over it's gold, and it throws money, just constantly throws money out of it. I need it. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Are we coming up on cutscene? I think we're coming up on cutscene, and I'm gonna be super excited. Oh, it's a sleeping chocobo. I was like, what's that on the ground? Oh, it's sleeping on a rock. Oh no, that's his talons. Okay, never mind. I was like, that looks so uncomfortable. Another trip to Turncliffe, is it? Aye, aye, Captain. Let us away. I love this music. God, I love it. Can we just sit here for a moment and listen to this music? Ooh, look at you in your orange armor. Okay. Okay. Ah, Gaius Balsar, I presume. Balsar. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. I feel like that was more of a Raban voice there. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. My nose is itching. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Wirlet chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment and whatever they may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Wirlet. The irony is not lost on me. It is cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized in every territory. In every territory, I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those, such as Valens, who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus, and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland, and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes. We're running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. dot dot dot. There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Oh, he went all the way over to the air dock? Or whatever you want to call this. I'm gonna do a quick just transition to intermission here, because that noise was a work email and I just want to make sure it was not anything important. Okay, that was just a ticket update. Alright guys, what do you want to talk about? Cutscene! You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. Okay, stoic nod. This letter was found in her room. To whom it may concern. Dear Father, I am sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and for the freedom of Werelit, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Allie. She is heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werelit. I am certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of those weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Allie and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Werelit revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Nakura is, if he were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Allie and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Severa, and so did Allie when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never a part of her plan. Oh, we all got link shell. Can you hear me? I'm in Werelit, just outside Castrum Calenum. All hells has broken loose! Oh shit, and there goes the music. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and through the fire and flames. Through the smoke and flames, I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it! We have lost the signal. This must be what Allie spoke of in her letter. A way to end it all! Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning! To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werelit from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. It's now or never. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Rest assured, I have every intention of making it out alive, or I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable so far. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlet may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready, the G-Warrior. Dun-da-da! Understood! Do we get to fight with the G-Warrior again? Do we get to go Gundam Wing? Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlet headquarters. Whirly Whirl. Oh, this guy. Oh my god. Ugh! How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. Burn that face! I know, he's just... ugh. The completion of my masterpiece, the Diamond Weapon! But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter! Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. Keep it under control, girl. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Balser's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the Diamond Weapon. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as his pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the Weapons Project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic Orocyte. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlet be given full Imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlet citizenship, if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of Imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. Look, I was literally saying the same thing under my breath just a moment ago. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well. If this worlet you want, is yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyways. And what about my brother? Ah, yes. Alwick. Or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Can I just say how much it kind of hurt my soul to voice Valens? Initiating the synthetic Orsight system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon. Code name Xenos. Ah! Shit, they use Xenos' data! Ah! Commencing activation sequence. Behold, perfection itself. Melisandre, Rykon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The Orsight is taking hold! I'm just glad you didn't have to go through this, Alfonso. But you have to go on without me. You and Father still must work together to... Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Oh, bitch is about to go cray-cray. And he's like, the fuck? Low-born filth! If you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down! Yes, yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal. It's not responding. Allie, you're in trouble! That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I am through with her, she will beg for death. Can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Oversaw. Combat sample. Psst. Ready. Initiating Overmind. Subject name. Psst. Overmind. What is that? Ooh! This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind. But how? I don't care, Al. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Oh. Bye-bye. So that just happened. Oh. Is that leaking over the side? Oh, it was literally going down the string. Okay. I was wondering how that happened. Sorry, my tea was escaping. Sirius is so happy. Burn the bastard! Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valdolan, after it finished lying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Allie is on board that weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that, I need the G-Warrior and the airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf. Your penchant for gigantic war machina. Naka, I've caught up. You can use my meat shield of a suited body. Okay. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. Who's this? Avelina. It's good to see you again, Nakara. Wait, where do I know her from? From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina's volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. Was she one of the... What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you've encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there will be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. I love that it's called the Enterprise. My Trekkie is just like, yay! Every time I'm on board the Enterprise, I just want to be like, make it so! Or engage. I'm sorry, Drake. You came in at a very pivotal moment. Ooh, did y'all see that? Girl. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Oh, okay. 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 Good. Woo! Wow, did they upgrade that severely. You just finished the current MSQ. Okay, awesome. Do I need to give you a second before I, like, click the screen so you have a chance to, like, look away? Because I don't know if they're gonna, like, turn the camera back around or not. Okay, okay. Just want to make sure. Wow! Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We've come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior! I love it! Yes! That dungeon was good. Girl, I want to just sit in there and listen to the music for that dungeon. Woo, look at that thing! It is an airship all of its own! Oh my god, we are on top of it! Wah! Are we fighting on top? No. No way. No way! Sid! Mr. Garland! Are you fucking serious? Is this how we're playing this? Oh my god! You're off to save Melisandre's foster siblings, Alphonse and Ali, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Valdolin's safe return from Werlet. Hopefully he's been taking advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Cannot locate a character with that name. Serious? Okay, there it goes. Now I was able to do it. Big fat tacos! Beef and tacos and beef and tacos and beef and tacos! No, I did not watch the live letters. I only got like the secondhand summaries and details about it. Like serious? Are you ready? I'm only on cup number 2. So, and like there's more than half the cup still left over. But this is just hype. Straight up natural hype. Woo! Supreme Fat Tacos! Alright. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Nakara handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all cost. Beef and tacos and beef! Ah, okay, I got it. We're sipping the tea. Ah, we are ready! Where is our Insta-Q? While we're waiting for the GDQ, I am totally representing myself today. One wing healer! Woo! I need to like flip my camera so the words are not backwards. Let me see if I can do that real quick. No, I don't need game capture. I need... Hold on, I gotta delete that. Yes. Commence! There we go. Ah! Thank you, Silver! Alright, I can do it. See? Yep, there we go. One winged healer. Hey-oh! So much excitement! Like, I had to take my coat off. I'm starting to heat up a little bit. Alright, people need to queue for this thing. Like, immediately. I'm gonna have to open my window. It's getting warm in here. Woo! Naka, yeah, I'm starting to heat up. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot here. Okay, didn't see it. Target in sight. Pin it down with a salve of something. Armament. Ooh. It said no threat detected. Returning fire. Ooh! Big missile! Little missiles! He said no! Not today. Woo! Oh, he kicked that missile! Oh my god, are we physically fighting this thing on top of the G-Savior? Ah! What? What? This is like some Bismarck shit. Could we fall off? You want to find out? Oh, yeah. It looks like his foot was stepping over. Oh, yep. Yep, it's a thing. It's a thing. Woo! Okay, we doing this. We doing this. We doing this. This mechanical dude. Beat me and heal me, Cat Daddy. I won't let you harm my sister. What? Hold up. Okay. So, that voice. Wait, that's not Allie. No, it cannot be. What is this other thing? What is this other thing? G-Savior Mark II! Opening containment field! What? Use the teleporter to move between decks. What? What? Ah! What is this? Oh wait, do we need to be on the other side? What is happening? Oh, it's a good thing I got on the other side when I did. Oh my god, this is so cool! Oh, I need to move, I need to move! What is this? Oh, people dead, people dead. Oh, that hurt. Okay, I gotta pay attention. This was never going to be easy. Oh, it's targeting the two tanks with that. Okay, so those are kind of like Earthshakers, but continuous. Have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream, has been realized. Whoa, what is that? Oh, that's a knockback! That's a knockback! That's a knockback! Ah! Oh, no. Oh no! That one's down! Daddy, no! Come on, get this res off, get this res off, get this res off, get this res off. Thank you. Oh, I don't know how this works. Oh, shit! Talkie mushrooms! Ah! Oh, no. Don't. Alright, as soon as I have Swift Cast up, I'm getting the other tank. Come on. 2, 1. Never mind, I got the red mage. No, don't you die! Vertical cleave. Oh, I don't know what this means. this. Oh my god. Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. No, 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 no! I should have rescued him when I had the chance. At this rate, it'll overheat, restoring armor. Today, we fight as one. Don't worry, Allie. I'll keep you safe. Oh, we got the G1 back. G-Savior returning to battle, opening containment field. Removing the armor increases its speed, but it can't maintain that level of output. Now's our chance. Oh, shit! Oh, I don't like these AoEs. Crap, one of us has to go to the other side. Oh, what are those? I don't know, but I need to move. Woo! That was loud. Oh, oh, oh. That was interesting. Oh my god, I don't even want to imagine what that's gonna be. Ah! Bye-bye, tank. Bye-bye, tank. What are those? What are those? Oh, people need to stand in them. Oh my god, that hurt. Oh my god. Okay, well we figured out that mechanic. No! Oh, no, 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 no. The containment field won't hold! Poof. Can you ask if you can fall off the edge? Drake. Oh, you can. I just watched 2 people fall off. Rex. No, that's sad. I'm gonna backflip off. Oh my god, those portals made this fight so freaking amazing! Meow. Naka being loud is always encouraging. Oh, hydrate. I got tea! Up to the new dungeon. Gotta take little girl to school and mow my yard. Aw. Thank you for joining with my screaming episode. I am sweating. Y'all, I am like legit sweating. Woo! It's Bismarck, you can fall off. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. Duh. How you're super... Wait, what? How your super ether HQ stock looking? I don't use ethers. I use lucid dreaming. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray that we are not too late. I'm surprised there wasn't like a huge transition in that fight. I'm pretty sure Extreme is gonna have some extra steps in there. Faux show. Just got alerts. I don't know how Twitch works. Assumes it's better if I keep you on even if I'm AFK. Yeah. It does help. It does help because it counts you as an active viewer that way. Oh, she actually came out. Allie. She doesn't look too good. She's okay. Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. What? And I also noticed something wasn't quite right. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Oh. Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. I'm concerned. Thought I'd make some more super ethers and see if you wanted some for yourself. I see what you're saying. No, I don't ever end up using them, actually. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak of me to me of my ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn! If not for your meddling, you kids and your meddling, the Empire would have been mine! Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? I don't like that laughter. Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens von Varro could conceive such a marvel. Oh my god, I know, right? And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Please go Super Saiyan. Your crimes are an affront to not only Garlemald, but to all of mankind, and now you will die. What? Have you forgotten, guys? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. One bullet. Terminus est! Cruciamores! Get him. Get him. Get him. But this wasn't in my data! Die, you pitiful excuse for a living being. Does not compute! Does not compute! Is that the Enterprise? Or is that the diamond weapon gearing up? What is making that noise? Concern! Concern! Reactivating synthetic Orosite system. B, how is this still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. Oh! Okay. Okay. Stop this at once. Please let— oh, it's all of them! Even the names of those sacrificing your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men and women and children killed for the sake of your conquest? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop, I beg— oh my god. Can't do this to me. I'm Valens van Vero, better than Gaius. It can't end this way! Did they literally just use a balloon pop noise to— excuse me? Hold on a second. That was a balloon pop noise. And then literally sounded like somebody was pouring a drink in the kitchen sink to describe what they just did to that man. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Okay. 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 That's a very fitting end to Lord Valens. Okay. Yay! Yay! Fucking love you! Ah! Ah! Perfection! I'm dead. Ah! I am dead. Girl. Whew. Crying. Whew, I gotta open the window on that one. It's getting way too warm in here. They use a goddamn balloon pop to signify his death. Oh, my wire's caught. Let me go. Thank you. A balloon pop.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh my god. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, it smells really good outside. Heck yeah. That was amazing. Okay, we're continuing forward. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I only ask that you, Melisandre, Riken, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Allie. Watch over her, in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. Aww. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son. Oh! Fuck you, Square Enix. Ah! Right in the feels every time. At least nobody's died. Yet. Ugh. I can't with this game. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens van Varo and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werelit revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I have struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. They are really laying it on thick with the parents losing their kids theme, concept, whatever you want to call it right now, and whew, I'm not sure if I can handle, y'all. That's rough. Forever at your side. The recent events in Werelit have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none. Alright, I'm gonna have to like do something about these notifications popping up on my screen. Once I finish this quest line, I may actually have to... Whoa, where's that music coming from? Oh, that was a sound alert. I was like, wait, what? RIP. Anyways, as I was saying, when I'm done with this quest line, I may actually have to reset the stream, because I do have like personal private conversations appearing on notifications on the stream, and I may need to fix that. And I think the only way for me to do that is to reset the software, which is going to cut stream for a second, but we'll at least get to the end of the storyline here. Let's see. But none so more than Allie. She's been in a state of shock ever since she's returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what caused Allie to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Avelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her. Where is she? Oh, she's on the cliffside. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Was this memorial here before? Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. I guess that answers my question. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You are always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Avelina is as absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa. Aw, that look back though. Uh-huh. I hope all is well with Avelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Oh, destination. I'm like, the quest bubble's right here. Shut up, sis! I wish to see Allie. Would you send for her? Oh, these need to stop. Or remain speechless. Allie. Does she even recognize me? At first we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there is more to it than that. The Kyurgens say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Arcite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment, in each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Allie able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace, but after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Riken, Rex, Alphonse, and Allie, they risked everything to win the freedom of Werlyt. And now, it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld, this I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlyt has begun, and in the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Allie and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life that I've been given. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. Oh, it all just came full circle from Praetorium to right here with between Gaius and Cid. Okay. For all my life, I've been searching for a place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fought under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and his hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband in many ways. I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I too have given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlet, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Valdolin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Alphonse's. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Balsar, and like Valens von Vero, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray, forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet, they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Kyurgens check on or look them over and find a place for them to stay. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Wirlit is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Of course. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. Well, that came to a heartfelt conclusion, you know, minus the fact that all the sacrifices that took place on the journey up to. A balloon pop, though. Square? Really? A balloon pop? Like, it wasn't even, like, that fleshy, gory crush that you hear in, like, horror films and whatnot. It was a balloon pop. Welcome back, Nakara. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Best surprise I didn't know I needed. I'm telling you. That caught me so off guard. Like, hold on a second. Like, I understand what is about to happen. Foreshadowing is a thing. I understand what did happen. But the fact that they chose a balloon pop sound file to illustrate that they basically crushed him and made his head pop with blood for all intents and purposes sounded like a balloon pop. A better choice for that kind of thing. Right. Even the sound of an exploding watermelon definitely could have sufficed for that. But they went with a balloon pop. But you know what? For all of that emotional roller coaster that entire progression was, that was definitely just that unintended or unexpected moment of just kind of comic relief. That was just so ironically perfect. A balloon pop. By Rhalgr's beard. Even for the Empire, that must be a new low, those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of Wirlit are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius wards gave their lives for. Wards. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the Weapon Project. I shall add your account to our official report. I have like a small case of hiccups going on right now. And Drake. I mean, teen does, well, I guess it does say 13 in the TOS, but even still, I figured for a teen rating, like, I don't know. The standards for ESRB is always changing and updating. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Another cutscene. Another cutscene. Please be voiceover. Please. The memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. What? Dang, even a throwback to Livia. Oh, is that dude from Cape Westwind? Projections from within the synthetic Horusite. These are his memories, their memories. I don't want to live. Oh, I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Allie. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father. Oh! There's some vibrant colors there. Yeah, no kidding. Oh! A new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. Okay. So, we are going to take another short break. One, so I can kind of restart my computer and figure out this sourcing issue I've got with OBS at the moment. And two, I think I need a breather. Woo! So we can talk to Jeff about getting a sound effect we can play on the stream for bits, and it's the balloon pop. Oh, no, so the sound alerts thing is, like, just a completely different thing altogether. I can probably actually go to my extension and check to see if there is something similar to that already. Actually, let's see. Let's go to sound alerts. My extensions.
All around the stack, this plant, the stalker chased a bandit. The stalker thought.
That's Pop Goes the Weasel. That is not what I was looking for. That sounds like somebody was making a pop noise with their mouth. No. 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 Okay, maybe I need to type in balloon pop. There we go. Although that sounds like multiple balloons.
Pop the balloon!
Okay, no. That's, yeah, that one right there. This is about as close as we're gonna get. That's a balloon pop sound. Alright, it's been added. We officially have a balloon pop now. I mean, he was a bit of a weasel, right? Now, granted, if anybody can actually get a sound clip of like that portion of that cutscene of the actual pop and the trickle, I mean, heck, I record my own streams. I could probably get it myself if I really wanted to. Then I can manually upload that file and make it its own sound alert at the same time. But yeah, there's a balloon pop now. That should be available because I just uploaded it. But like I said, I need to reset the stream. I'm actually going to restart my computer because I've got some like software sourcing issues going on here. But don't go anywhere. I'm going to be coming right back. I'll probably just use the bathroom real quick because that tea is going right through me while the computer restarts. And as soon as I get everything pulled back up, we're going live right back again because we still have the Nier Automata 24 man raid content to get through and to do that as well. So more stuff to come. Look, see these Facebook notifications? They need to go away. So I will be ending the stream just for the time being. I shall return shortly. Actually, hang on. Does Twitch have a way for me to put something like up in the meantime until I'm able to get back? Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, definitely for sure. For anybody that wants to run Nier together, 100%. Let's do it. Sets up some traps for science. Oh my god. Okay, no, I don't think I have, like, a way to, like, host somebody interim. Anyways, it'll probably throw somebody else up once it goes with the little offline timer. But, like I said, I'm going to stop the stream just for the moment, restart, come back, we'll do some Nier Automata, and we will keep going on with this train here. But until then, I will see y'all in just a couple of minutes.